left lane. Unfortunately, we have a red light of 010. Right lane reaction time of 070. Reaction time. Logan Oliveira, left lane, running a 788, 81 miles per hour. Left lane, Connor Albright, looks like we're rolling him off the track. Right lane is Parker Howe, running in 8:19. Left lane here is Arliss Duke out of Bakersfield, California. Right lane, Brody Connor. That's left lane, Arliss Duke, reaction time of 016, running a 793 at 82 miles per hour. Left lane here, Blake Barta. Right lane, Talon Pope. This is going to that left lane, reaction time of 015, running a 793 with a 2 at 82 miles per hour. We're going to hold off on running this pair down the track. Looks like we have one junior. We're getting out of our right lane there at the end. Some announcements. Don't forget that 65-inch TV raffle. All proceeds are going to go to Chaplain Matt. You can get 6 tickets to enter that drawing for $5. Go see the ladies over at the ANRA booth. We also have our Houchin Blood Bank at the bottom of the tower on that side of the groove over there. And our Dog Pound is here selling us breakfast burritos and hot dogs. In this pair here we have Dylan Nelson out of Yucaipa, California, there in the left lane. Right lane, Cole Gutierrez out of Hellendale, California. Going down the track, we have decent reaction time in that right lane of 0.28. Left lane is 0.74. Going to left lane, Dylan Nelson running a 7.83 with a 5 at 83.3 miles per hour. From our junior Group 2 qualifier, this is Trevor Kirby. He will be a single junior down the track for this qualifier. As Trevor Kirby in the left lane there makes his way down the track, we have a reaction time of 0.86, running in 8.59 with a 1 at 78 miles per hour. This is our first pair down for Junior Group 4 qualifier. That left lane is Ava Barta. Right lane is Garrett Agnew. Both went red on the tree. Garrett 008, Ava 087. That's going to left lane, running That's Ava Barta, 784 with a 4. Left lane here for this pair, junior group 4. We have none other than the Kayla Bowman out of Oak Hills, California. Right lane, Isabella Lily Pyers out of Madera, California. As they're off down the track, we have a red light in the left lane for Kayla. Went 031 red. Isabella Pyers 022. As they make their way down the track, that's going to left lane. Kayla Bowman running a 794 with a 5. Left lane here coming up, Madison Jordan out of Paradise, California. Right lane, Noah Kolb out of Glendora, California. And they're off. Noah Kolb, decent reaction time of 0:35. Left lane, unfortunately we went red, but left lane, Madison Jordan running a 794 with a 3. We have a single qualifier going down in that right lane for junior group 4. Haley Gutierrez, as she's off, has a really good looking reaction time of 0:15. Miss Haley's going to run in at a 791 with a 1 at 82 miles per hour. We have a first timer here in that left lane doing a first time ever down the track license pass. One of our awesome tower workers up here, Jenny, this is her niece, making her first pass down the track. As she's staging, first time on the tree went .920. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget about that 65-inch TV raffle going on. Proceeds will go to none other than Mr. Chaplain Matt. Go see the ladies over at the ANRA booth. You can get 6 tickets to enter that raffle for $5. We also have our Houchin Blood Bank at the bottom of the tower on the side of the groove. And our Dog Pound cooking us up some food today. They're going to have breakfast burritos and hot dogs. Just staged for the second time ever, have a reaction time of 1.72 with a 5. Ran a 12.75 with a 5. Bet her parents can't wait to see those smiles at the end of the track. Welcome to drag racing. We got our big car drivers on top of it today. Looking good out there. We need a final call, also first call. You guys are on top of it today. This will be Sportsman to the lanes. Lane 5 and 6, Sportsman to the lanes. While we have a break in between, don't forget, this is very important. That 65-inch TV raffle is going on. Proceeds are going to Mr. Chaplin, Matt. You can get 6 tickets for $5. Go see the ladies over at the ANRA booth. All proceeds go to Chaplin, Matt. Sportsman eager this morning, filling the staging lanes, looking good. Sportsman's to lane 5 and 6, in case you are not already. First pair qualifier for Sportsman, left lane Kristen Shell, Camarillo, California. Right lane Brad Thompson. Qualifiers going to right lane Brad Thompson, running an 0.22. A 12.13 with a 5. This pair going down left lane, Dave Lawson, Mariposa, California, Tony Blazer, right lane. Got very similar reaction times here for this qualifying pass. Going to left lane, qualifier, Dave Lawson, running a 13.04 with a 2 at 105 miles per hour. Next pair lining up, looking good, running them through. Left lane, Pam Holz. Right lane, Michael Trone. Reaction time of 0.47 there in the left lane for Pam Holz. That's going to qualifier Pam Holz. Left lane, running 11.85 with a 6. Left lane there, Ryan Pierce out of Oak Hills, California. Right lane, Brent Johnston out of Fraser Park, California, and a 62 Nova there in that right lane. Going to right lane, Brent Johnston. running 11.83 with the 1 at 113 miles per hour. Going right in, left lane, Clive Henderson, right lane, Philip Thomas. Both unfortunately pretty late on the tree, going down for their first pass for qualifying in Sportsman, right lane, Philip Thomas, 12.45 with the 5. Left lane, Clive Henderson. Right lane, Kevin Klingman. Left lane there, 11.94 with a 9 at 110 miles per hour. Clive Henderson. That pair, left lane, Sam Landsberg, running a 12.008 at 101 miles per hour. Right lane here, Barry Feldman. Left lane, David Landsberg. Right lane there, Barry Feldman running an 0.39 reaction time. 11.58 with a 5 at 111 miles per hour. First set of qualifier for Sportsman. This will finish that first set of qualifier. Single pass. Right lane, Mike Baker out of Clovis, California in the 72 Duster, running an 0.69 reaction time. Making his way down the track, he's going to get a 12.10 with a 4 at 108 miles per hour. Can I get open wheel to the lanes, please? Lanes 7 and 8, open wheel to the lanes. First call. First pair for hot rod qualifier, first qualifier. In the water box right now, left lane Gary Howard, right lane Daryl Sismore. Left lane 72 Camaro, right lane 68 Camaro. Down the track here, right lane reaction time of 1:48. Qualifiers going to left lane Gary Howard running a 10:09 with a 7 at 131 miles per hour. Next pair up for one of our biggest classes we have here this weekend. Left lane Jan Vanderpool out of Bakersfield, California, that 68 Mustang. Right lane Cheyenne Custer in the 70 Nova. Qualifier goes to that right lane Cheyenne Custer running a 10:14 with a 2 at 126 miles per hour. Wasted no time, looking good out there. Left lane James Fowler, right lane Linda Valdez. Looking like some car problems there in the left lane for James Fowler. This is going to be a single pass. Linda Valdez, right lane, running a 10:55 with a 1. Here we go, James Fowler running the left lane out of Clovis, California. Reaction time is 7:27, a little late there. Qualifying with a 10:67 with a 6 at 127 miles per hour. In case you ladies and gentlemen did not hear the first call, open wheel to the lanes, lanes 7 and 8, open wheel to the lanes. Right lane, our Bush Light lane is the right lane, Charles Stiles. Left lane is the Folk.com. Left lane, Michael Seguire. Both have later reaction times. Going to our right lane, Charles Stiles running a 9:52 with a 2 at 140 miles per hour. Left lane, Ralph Coates out of Fallbrook, California. Right lane, Dave Brown. Qualifying right lane, Dave Brown running a 10:62 with a 9 at 124 miles per hour. Alan Schoonmaker, right lane, William Glopetsky, left lane. These are one of the better looking reaction times for both lanes in Hot Rod Qualifier 1 so far. This is going to that left lane. William Klepetsky in the 72 Camaro running a 10.444. The Folk.com left lane there is Ron Dodson in the 72 Camaro. Right lane, Busch Light lane is Eddie Thomas. Very close in reaction times, both running a 141, 140. Right lane there is Eddie Thomas running a 996 with a 5. Out of Merced, California, left lane Bob Stanley. Out of Bear Valley Spring, Frank Chimenti. Figuring out what's going on there in that left lane. For the right lane, Frank Chimenti running a 10.64 with a 7. Going down as a single left lane, Bob Stanley out of Merced, California. Reaction time of 0.90. Running an 11.40 with a 1 at 117 miles per hour. Chevelle in the left lane, out of Oro Grande, California, Butch Hedrick. Right lane, Dylan Chimenti, out of Visalia, California, in the 73 Camaro. Good reaction time in the left lane there for Butch Hedrick. Qualifying is going to right lane, running a 9.95 with a 3. Dylan Chimenti. Left lane, Chris O'Donnell. Right lane, Colin Poitz. Colin Poitz, beautiful reaction time, 009. Best one so far in our hot rod class here today. Qualifiers going to left lane, running a 9.59 with a 9 at 137 miles per hour. Right lane, George Thomas, out of Mariposa, California. Left lane, Bryce Youngdale. Reaction time in the right lane, George Thomas a little early on the light. Gonna qualify with a 10.25 with the 1 at 128 miles per hour. Left lane there, Larry Warren out of Tehachapi, California. Right lane, Lane McCullen. Qualifier left lane, good reaction time of 0.16, running a 10.37 with a 5. Larry Warren. Left lane, Michael Burgess in the 64 Chevelle. Right lane, in the 69 Merc Cougar. Right lane, Brian Smith Qualifier left lane, Michael Burgess running a 963 with a 7. Left lane here, Gary Lynch. Right lane, Jeremy Jennings. Going to left lane, Gary Lynch. Running a 960 with a 3. Left lane here, Woolly Bear. Right lane, Steve Canton. Steve Canton going red, 005. Left lane, Woolly Bear going 018. Qualifier left lane, Woolly Bear running a 1058 with a 7. Open wheel last call in case you did not hear. Open wheel to the lanes. Left lane, Jim Holtz out of Porterville, California. Right lane, Ed Walker out of Lakewood, California. Very close in reaction times here. 045 left lane, 048 right lane. Going down the track, going to right lane, running a 1059 with the 4. Ed Walker. Right lane, George Tyree. Left lane, Tim Mulville. Making their way down the track, that'll be right lane, George Tyree out of Bakersfield, California, running a 1058 with a 3. Left lane lining up here, Don Clark. Right lane, Kent Bear. Left lane, Don Clark, really good reaction time of 018. That's going to left lane, Don Clark running a 10:08 with a 9. Left lane here, Wayne Broughton. Right lane, Rich Strickenfaden. 64 Ford, left lane. 73 Camaro, right lane. We are close in reaction times again. Left lane here, Wayne Broughton, running an 862 with a 7 at 153 miles per hour. Left lane here, Tom Bayer out of Big Pine, California. Right lane, Larry Wiggins out of Tehachapi, California. Beautiful reaction time from Tom Bayer there in that left lane in the 62 Corvette, running a 002. Qualifier's going to Tom Bayer, left lane, 10:09 with a 2 at 130 miles per hour. Next pair here, right lane, Tom Mullen, left lane, Jack K. Johnson. Qualifier, right lane, Tom Mullen, running a 10:53 with a 3. Justin Crosby in the 62 Dart here in that thefote.com left lane. Justin Crosby here says he's sponsored by Mike's Transmissions. Right lane here in our Busch Light right lane, Kevin Robbins. Both running a little late on the tree. Looking good going down the track though. Here it's going to that left lane, Justin Crosby running a 10:58 flat. Final call. Again, I need your attention. Final call for open wheel to the lanes. If you are running open wheel, you need to be in the lanes 7 and 8. So we're checking the track here. Before we continue our hot rod qualifier round 1, don't forget we have our dog pound here serving hot dogs and breakfast burritos. Our Houchin blood bank at the bottom of the tower on the side of the grove. And that 65-inch TV raffle going on. You could win yourself a 65-inch TV. Entering in that raffle, you get 6 tickets for $5. All the proceeds will go to Mr. Chaplain Matt. If you are interested, go see the ladies at the ANRA booth. We're rolling back our next pair for hot rod. Got a little bit of a mess to clean up here in that right lane. This will be the first call for E-Gas to the lanes, please. E-Gas to the lanes. If you are in the pits and you are running E-Gas, Edward Gas, we need you to the lanes. After that mild delay, we're back at it here. Left lane, Michael Van Horn in the 79 Cuddy. Right lane, Danny Valdez in the 67 Camaro. Going down the track, left lane, Michael Van Horn. Reaction time of 0:29. Right lane, Danny Valdez. Qualifier right lane, running a 10:44 with a 2. Danny Valdez. Carl Smith in our Busch Light right lane. In the 55 Bel Air, 65 Chevy left lane, Steve Lechner. Going down the track, qualifier is going to that right lane. Carl Smith running in 11:67 with a 4. Michael Agnew here in that left lane. Busy dad running both of his kids today and himself. 69 Chevelle. Right lane is Fred Klein out of Bakersfield, California. Station here and they're off. Gorgeous reaction time of 0:28 there in the left lane for Michael Agnew. Going down the track, qualifier left lane, Michael Agnew running a 9:60 with an 8 at 139 miles per hour. Left lane there, Don Momai. Right lane, Cleet Norris. 55 Chevy right lane. This is going to left lane, Don Momai out of Stockton, California, running an 8:56 with a 4. Gonna do a single left lane here, left lane, thevote.com. Left lane, Scott Reed. As the 62 Camaro stages and is off the track, we have a reaction time of 0:79. Running an 11:98 with a 3 at 114 miles per hour. Got another single here for Hot Rod. Qualifier 1. Left lane, Richard Hart. Gonna be a single in the 73 Camaro. Quite late on the tree, but gonna clock in at 11:67 with an 8. Left lane here, Bill Havens out of Bakersfield, California in the 57 Chevy. Right lane, J.R. Mora out of Fontana, California. Right lane there has a nice reaction time of 0:18. Going down the track, qualifiers going to the right lane, J.R. Mora running a 10:07 with an 8 at 129 miles per hour. Steve Colkins left lane, right lane Cal Gordon. We are wasting no time with this pair. Goes right into stage. Both pretty late on that tree. Right lane qualifier, Cal Gordon, 9:56 with a 7. Ladies and gentlemen, open wheel to the lanes. If you are in the pits and you are in open wheel, you need to be in the lanes. Also, E-Gas, Edward Gas to the lanes. E-Gas, Edward Gas to the lanes. Left lane, Ken Christie. Right lane, Cal Gordon. Qualifiers going to left lane, running a 9:53 with a 3. Ken Christie. Right lane here, Paul Cannon. Left lane, Krista Soydam. Left lane went red on the tree. Right lane, Paul Cannon ran an 0:43. Going down the track, qualifier right lane, Paul Cannon running a 9:05 with a 1. Left lane here, Jeff Kreider. Right lane, Donald Dombrowski in the 64 Malibu. Qualifiers going to right lane, running a 9:96 with a 1. Beautiful reaction time, 0:20. Donald Dombrowski. Left lane, still running our hot rod class. This is Neil Reed. Right lane, Jeff Balzer. 72 Nova there in the left lane. Beautiful launch there for the 71 Chevelle in the right lane, Jeff Blazer. Reaction time for Neil Reed, 0:28. Going down the track, qualifier is going to be 10:43 with a 5. Right lane here, Ronnie Pruitt, 72 Vega, coming out of Bloomington, California. The sponsored left lane, thevote.com, is Don Thomas out of Sonora, California. Again, another pair here with very similar reaction times. Unfortunately, a little late on the tree. Left lane, we got a 9:64 with a 1 at 139 miles per hour. This is Don Thomas. Left lane here, Matt Fritz out of Bakersfield, California. Grant Warner out of Oak Hills, California. Gorgeous reaction time there for Matt Fritz, 004, running a 10:19 with a 5. In the water box here, our next pair. Left lane, Jason Wattenbarger. Right lane, Dr. Joseph Donnelly. Making their way down the track, that's going to left lane, Jason Wattenberger, running a 10:52 with a 7 at 127 miles per hour. Left lane here, Daniel Rowley. Right lane, Justin Lynch in the 67 Nova. Gorgeous. Left lane, 68 Chevelle, Daniel Rowley running a 10:20 with a 1. We are keeping the ball rolling here in our hot rod class. Looking like we're nearing the end of qualifier run for hot rod. Right lane, Bush Light lane, Lucas Nunez out of Rich Grove, California in the 55 Chevy. Similar reaction times here too for this pair. TheFoke.com sponsored left lane, Danny Baldi going to left lane qualifier 10:98 with a 3. Danny Vadi. Left lane qualifier, single one down the track, running a 9:84 with a 2. Right lane here, Douglas Holmes out of Tehachapi, California. Reaction time of 0:98. Going down the track, his qualifier is going to put him in at 11:59 with an 8 at 106 miles per hour. We're going to hold off for a second. Need to do a quick check there in the right lane. Gonna run down our right lane really quick, ladies and gentlemen. Got something shining at us up here at the tower. Gonna take a look at that. While we're taking a look at what's on the track, again, raffle tickets. You can buy 6 tickets for $5 to win a 65-inch TV raffle. All of the proceeds are going to our great chaplain, Matt. Go see the ladies over at the ANRA booth if you're interested in helping us out with that. Also have our Houchin Blood Bank at the bottom of the tower on the side of the grove. We have a test in tune here in our right lane. Left lane here is Chris O'Donnell out of Laguna Beach, California, in the 65 Cornet. Left lane here, reaction time, unfortunately red lit, 76. Left lane Chris O'Donnell going down, getting a 894 with an 8 at 148 miles per hour. Left lane here, Bob O'Neill, Rancho Cucamonga, California. Right lane, Mike Brock. This is our open wheel. First qualifier here for our open wheel. This is going to be another call for E-Gas, Edward Gas to the lanes, please. E-Gas, Edward Gas to the lanes. This will also be the first call for DGAS, David Gas. Edward Gas, David Gas to the lanes. Going down here, first pair for qualifier, open wheel. Right lane, Mike Brock running an 037. Qualifiers going to Mike Brock running a 1014 with a 7. Left lane here, Jim Souza. Right lane, Colleen Falk. Qualifier left lane, 1134 with a 3. Left lane here, Dave Walker out of Yermo, California. Right lane open wheel here, we have Carly Ball out of Phelan, California. Good reaction time for left lane, Dave Walker running an 0.25. Right lane qualifiers going to Miss Carly Ball, running a 10.18 flat. Another pair for open wheel. Coming down the track, left lane, Lucas Gonzalez. Dan McKeel in the right lane. Amazing reaction time there in the left lane for Lucas Gonzalez, 006. Qualifiers going to right lane, Dan McKeel out of Jamestown, California. Left lane, Mike McLaughlin. Right lane, Roger Stevens. Both unfortunately a little late on the tree. Qualifiers going to that left lane though. Mike McLaughlin running a 10.47 with a 3. The sponsored left lane, thevote.com. Sponsored right lane, Busch Light. In our Busch Light lane, our right lane, Brad Thompson. First pair down for qualifier 1 EGAS. The vote.com left lane will be Bob Stanley out of Merced, California. Stage here, but that is all good. Looking good going down the track. We have a reaction time of 0.23 right lane. Brad Thompson running an 11.55 with the 2. This qualifier is going to left lane, Bob Stanley, 11.37 with the 3. lane here, Jan Vanderpool out of Bakersfield, California. Left lane, Ron Dotson. Have a red light, unfortunately, in that right lane, but looking good going down the track. 11:62 with a 1 at 113 miles per hour. That's Jan Vanderpool. Left lane here, Mark Thompson. Right lane, Mike Rogers. Left lane out of Lucerne Valley. Right lane, Mike Rogers out of Tehachapi. That's going to Mike Rogers, running in 11:65 with a 6 at 104 miles per hour. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention in the pits, this is the final call for Edward Gas, E-Gas, final call. This will also be the final call for DGAS, David Gas, and you guessed it, the first call for NE3. Left lane here, Richard Hart. Right lane, Mike Brown. Qualifier goes to Mike Brown. Right lane, Bushlight lane, 11:52 with a 7. Left lane here, thefolk.com. Nicholas Van Horn ran an 044. That qualifier is going to go to Nicholas Van Horn, running an 11:54 with a 9. That right lane was Barry Thielman. TheFote.com. Left lane, Jim Holes out of Porterville, California. Right lane, Bush Light lane, Carl Smith. Left lane there just went 11:57 with a 7 at 113 miles per hour. Left lane here, Scott Reed. Right lane, Bill Schoaf. In this 67 Camaro, went a little late on the tree, 241. Scott Reed, left lane's going to get it at 11:62 with a 1, 113 miles per hour. The left lane, Bob O'Neill out of Rancho Cucamonga, California in the 48 wagon. Right lane, Dr. Joseph Donnelly out of Henderson, Nevada in the 66 Oldsmobile. First qualifier for them here in E-Gas is going to right lane, running an 11:59 with a 6 at 121 miles per hour. That is Dr. Joseph Donnelly. Left lane, Krista Soydam. Right lane, Ralph Colts. 77 Camaro there in the left lane. 73 Dart in the right lane. Left lane there went 044 reaction time. Ran an 11:56 with a 5. Looking good, going to Krista Soydam. Awesome. We got another call here for NE3. NE3 to the lanes, please. This will also be the first call for Charlie Gas. C Gas. If you are running Charlie Gas, we need you to the lanes. This last one down the track was Ronnie Pruitt. Ran an 11:58 with a 5 in a 72 Vega. We have our sponsored Fote.com left lane. That will be Mark Tucker there in that lane out of Madera, California. Right lane, Busch Light. Right lane, Jeremy Jennings out of Bakersfield, California in that 69 Nova. Looks like we were a little deep in the left lane for Mark Tucker. Jeremy Jennings reaction time of 083. Gonna get a qualifier of 1066 with a 5 at 126 miles per hour. That is Jeremy Jennings. Yucca Valley, California in the right lane there. That's Richard Llewellyn in that beautiful blue 67 Chevy. Left lane there is William Gopensky in the 72 Camaro. Going down the track, left lane qualifier will be 10:59 with a 6 at 119 miles per hour. 119.9 will be William Gopensky. This pair here is for DGAS. First pair down for DGAS. Qualifier 1, left lane, Woolly Bear. Right lane, Craig Hart. Little late on the tree for both. Going to left lane, 1062 with a 2. Woolly Bear in the 67 Nova. Wasted no time. Another pair going down for DGAS. Left lane there, Gary D. Howard. Right lane, Eddie Thomas just went down. Left lane, 1061 with a 7. Gary D. Howard in a 72 Camaro. Another call here for the Houchin Blood Bank at the bottom of the tower, side of the groove. If you would like to help us out here and donate some blood, go ahead and make your way over to the side of the grove with our Houchin Blood Bank. This pair here down the track, Tom Bayer, left lane. Daryl Sismore, right lane. In the 68 Camaro, that'll be right lane. Daryl Sismore, 1048 flat. Left lane here, the Fote.com. Beautiful sponsor there in the left lane. Bill Norton there. In the 63 Nova, right lane, Busch Light, sponsored right lane, Fred Klein. Looks like this is a single one down in the left lane, Bill Norton. Reaction time of 0:25, running a 1060 with an 8. All right, going back into it after some mild prep there. DGAS qualifier 1, right lane, Tom Mullen. Left lane, Kent Bear. We have a 67 Chevelle there in the left lane. Right lane, 67 Mustang, Tom Mullen. Got yet again another close pair on that tree, making their way down the track. This one's going to qualifier. Left lane, 67 Chevelle Kent Bear, running a 1063 with a 5. George Thomas here, right lane, Mariposa, California. 56 Ford Custom. 69 Oldsmobile, left lane, Grant Warner. Out of Oak Hills, California. Got a couple gentlemen here today from Oak Hills, California. Qualifier, right lane, George Thomas there in the 56 Ford, running a 1063 with a 6. Aficionado there, left lane, Bill Rogers, 69 Camaro, out of Bakersfield, California. Daniel Brown, out of Visalia, California. In the right lane, in the 72 Vega. Qualifier, right lane, 1064 with a 6, Daniel Brown. While we're going down and taking a look at the track, we have some time here. We are making a call here for NE3 and C-Gas, Charlie Gas. If you are in the pits and you are for NE3 and Charlie Gas, you need to be in the lanes. Thank you. Perfect time here to announce some of the stuff we got going on here at the track. Yet again, that 65-inch TV could go home with you today. You could go home with you tomorrow. I apologize. You can get 6 tickets for $5. This raffle, the proceeds are going to Chaplain Matt. If you go to the Anwar booth and see the ladies over there, they'll get you into that raffle. Also, Also have the Dog Pound here serving up hot dogs today. And again, the Houchin Blood Bank at the bottom of the tower, a little bit towards the side of the grove here. If you donate blood with them today, you can get a free t-shirt. And we are back and running, folks. In the water box here, doing a burnout in the left lane. Frank Bargiel. Right lane, Ed Walker. Right lane here, beautiful start. Reaction time of 0.97, Ed Walker. Left lane there, Frank Bargiel. Or Bargle. 62 Chevy left lane, qualifiers going to 10.62 at the 7. That's Ed Walker there in the right lane. Qualifier 1, DGAS, left lane here, James Burt, right lane, Fred Klein. Bel Air there in the left lane. Going to be James Burt running a 10.65 with a 6 at 124 miles per hour. Bryce Youngdale there, left lane, right lane, George Tyree Jr. Sorry, Gregory Tyree Jr. My goodness there, Bakersfield out California. Right lane, running a 10.59 with a 3. Going to Tyree Jr., right lane. In the 65 Chevelle there in the left lane, Billy Rogers, right lane, 73 Camaro, Richard Strickenfaden. Qualifiers going to left lane, running a 10.57 with a 7 at 126 miles per hour. That's the 65 Chevelle. Billy Rogers. 75 Nola there in the left lane. Anthony Byers. 73 Camaro. This is Dylan Chimenti. Having some issues here really quick with the tree. Gonna need 1 second here while we reset the tree here in the tower. Junior comp to the lanes, please. Junior comp to the lanes. Qualifying right lane, gonna be a 1060 with a 4. of Bakersfield, California in the 62 Chevy. 73 Pinto, right lane, Gary Hardy. This is qualifier going to right lane, 1055 with a 9. That's Gary Hardy. Staging here in the folk.com left lane, Jason Wattenberg. Busch Light right lane, Mike Balzer. In the 71 Chevelle in the right lane, this is going to the 55 Chevy in the left lane. Jason Wattenberg running a 1066 with a 3 at 123 miles per hour. Wasted no time, jumping right into the next pair. Right lane, Justin Crosby. Left lane, Steve Canton. Both a little late on the tree, unfortunately. However, qualifier is going to left lane, running a 1039 with a 4. That's Steve Canton. Still in DGAS here for qualifier run. Left lane, Tim Mulville. Right lane, Linda Valdez. As they're off, got a good looking reaction time of 0.62 there for Tim Mulville in the 68 Camaro. Camaros running next to each other. That'll be the 68 Camaro there in the left lane. Tim Mulville running a 1054 with an 8. Doing a quick sweep and check there in the right lane. While we hold off just a sec to take a look at this, we need Junior Comp to the lanes, please. Junior Comp to the lanes. Thanks to our crew for getting that cleaned up for us. We're going into our next pair. We're still in qualifier 1 for DGAS. Sponsored right lane, Bush Light, that's Cheyenne Custer. Out of Bakersfield, California in her 70 Nova. In the 67 Camaro left lane there, Danny Valdez. Running a couple classes here today. Qualifier is going to right lane, 10:05 with a 9, Cheyenne Custer. Up next will be a single car down the track here. The sponsored left lane is thefolk.com. Mr. Neil Reed there in the left lane. This will finish up qualifier 1 for DGAS. 72 Nova, reaction time of 181. Gonna clock in at a 10:70 with a 2. That is Neil Reed. Getting everything switched over for us here right now. Next groups are going to be NE3 for first round qualifier. We're going to remind you guys again that 65-inch TV, that raffle is going on right now. The proceeds are going to Chaplain Matt. Please go see the ladies over at the ANRA booth. For only $5, you get 6 tickets to enter that raffle. That raffle will be announced on Sunday. Anyone interested in getting a free t-shirt, you can donate blood over at our Houchin Blood Bank here, located at the bottom of the tower on the side of the Grove. Also have our dog pound here. Might have some breakfast burritos left over for you guys today. Also selling some hot dogs if you want to go over there and support them. We will be starting NE3 here shortly. qualifier pair getting set up here for NE3. Left lane, Kevin White. Right lane, John Cassie. Right lane, John Cassie. Left lane, Kevin White in the 23 altered. That's going to left lane, Kevin White running a 964 with an 8, 134 miles per hour. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, this will be another call for junior comp. Junior comp, to the lanes please. Junior comp, you need to be in the lanes. This will also be the first call for NE2. NE2 to the lanes. In case you didn't catch that in the pits, junior comp to the lanes and NE2 to the lanes. NE2. Getting all set up here for our NE3 pair. The Fote.com left lane is Douglas Holmes. Bushlight right lane is Darren Beck. Headed down the track, we unfortunately have 2 red lights in both these lanes. Going down here, our qualifier is going to be right lane, Darren Beck out of Bakersfield, California, running a 912 with an 8 at 135 miles per hour. Left lane here, Emerson Rose Pyers in her Roadster out of Madero Ranchos, California. Right lane is Stan Steiner out of Columbia, California. Showing these older gentlemen how it's done, have a reaction time of 069 in the left lane for Emerson Rose Pyers. Gonna get a qualifier of 962 with a 6 at 138 miles per hour. Left lane here, Steve Welch. Right lane, Phil Swanson. Two Fords going down the track here. Qualifier left lane, running a 9:58 with a 4. That's Steve Welch from Lake Elsinore, California. Getting ready to go down the track here. NE3 first qualifier. Left lane, Ashley Ballstein out of San Diego, California. Quite the drive to come up here today. Zach Rhino in the right lane out of Ventura, California. 005 will be Ashley Ballstein's light. Beautiful light going down. She's going to qualify at 9:69 with a 3 at 133 miles per hour. We have none other than Mr. Jeff Ball here in the right lane. Donovan Gomes there in the left lane. Headed down the track there. We don't have the best lights there for this pair. Right lane qualifier. Jeff Ball will be 9:57 with a 6. At 133 miles per hour. The left lane car here in the Fote.com left lane will be a 23 Model T. Out of Bakersfield, California, this will be our final car to finish this qualifier 1 for NE3, Jeff Harris. Reaction time of 0:59. Gonna clock in at 9:71 with a 4 at 134 miles per hour. Looks like we have one quick licensing pass here in the right lane before we jump into DGAS. One quick licensing pass. Alrighty, this is going to be the first call for B-Gas. This is boy gas. Again, B-Gas, boy gas to the lanes. We are wasting no time. We are jumping right into Charlie Gas. First pair going down for first qualifier. Left lane, Billy Teague. Right lane, Scott Russell. We got a 67 Nova there in the left lane. 66 Chevy. Wow, these reaction times are close. They're looking good on the tree. We have a 010 in the left lane and an 011 there in the right lane. Qualifier is going to go to Scott Russell, right lane. 962 with a 7 at almost 140 miles per hour. Great lights, gentlemen. What a way to start the first qualifier for Charlie Gas. Next pair will be Bo Dyson. Left lane, right lane, Eric Hopkins. Points off of each other for the reaction time there on the tree. We got 041 in the left lane, 051 in the right lane. Qualifier is going to go to left lane, running a 961. That's going to the 67 Chevelle. Bo Dyson. In our Busch Light right lane, Cleet Norris out of Visalia, California. In thevote.com, Medina, California, left lane, Michael Burgess. Michael Burgess getting himself an 063 light in that 64 Chevelle. Qualifier is going to Cleet Norris, right lane, running a 941 with an 8 at 144 miles per hour. Left lane, Gary Lynch. Right lane, Charles Stiles out of Pismo Beach, California. Good looking lights. What a way to start the weekend off. Qualifier right lane, Charles Stiles, 030 reaction time, running a 954 with a 9, going 140 miles per hour. Next pair up, we have our aggressive behavior car there in the right lane, Mr. Brian Smith in the 69 Cougar. 74 Vega there lining up next to him in the left lane, Wayne Rich. As they're staging here, later lights there on the tree. Going down the track, qualifier is going to the 69 Cougar right lane, Brian Smith running a 959 with a 3. Dustin Lynch there in the right lane out of Whittier, California. Out of Bakersfield, California. Hometown over here, Michael Doster. Left lane. Nova there in the left lane. That's Jeff Jones. 64 Fairlane in the right lane. Chris Robbins. Similar reaction time there. Qualifiers going to right lane, running a 9:57 with an 8. 138 miles per hour there for Chris Robbins. This, ladies and gentlemen, is looking like the final pair for qualifier 1 for Charlie Gas. After this pair, we're going to do some mild prep before we go into junior comp. Left lane running a 1:23 reaction time. Left lane Ken Christie in the 37 Chev. Running a 9:46 with a 2 at 142 miles per hour. Give us just one moment, folks. We're going to do some track prep, and then we will go into junior comp. Some quick track prep, jump right into junior comp, qualifier 1. Right into qualifier 1, junior comp. Left lane, Logan Oliveira. Right lane, Isabella Lily Pyers. Logan Oliveira has some sponsors, IRS Problem Solvers and Oliveira Racing. Very similar reaction times for these two going down the track. Qualifiers going to Isabella Lily Pyers in the right lane. 6:92 with a 2. Left lane here, Coda Patton out of Santa Paula, California. Right lane, Bush Light. Right lane, Brody Connor. Brody Connor, this qualifier looking good on the tree, 033. Dakota's 090. Qualifier is going to right lane, Brody Connor, running a 681 with a 3 at 97.7 miles per hour. This pair for qualifier 1 at junior comp. Right lane, Miss Carly Ball out of Phelan, California. Left lane, Noah Kolb out of Glendora, California. Carly Ball, no stranger to the racetrack, running in 046. Noah Kolb, 022 on the tree. Carly Ball's gonna get a 6.77 with a 5 at 99 miles per hour. Carly Ball, right lane. Jacelyn Gonzaga from Northridge, California, running the right lane. Cole Gutierrez out of Hillendale, California, in the left lane. Cole Gutierrez is mentioned here as the Oliveira family. Gonna go red light there for right lane, Jason Gonzaga. 041 reaction time in the left lane. Qualifiers going to the left lane. Cole Gutierrez running a 6.88 with a 3 at 96 miles per hour. Ladies and gentlemen, an important announcement from up here in the tower. Make sure your easy ups and your awnings are tied down. We have some wind picking up here. Make sure your easy ups and awnings are tied down. Left lane there was Garrett Agnew out of Oak Hills, California. Right lane, Miss Kayla Bowman out of Oak Hills, California. Kayla reaction time of 0.49. Left lane qualifier will go to Garrett Agnew running a 6.90 with a 1. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Naomi Agnew's birthday today. If you see her walking around the track, make sure you wish her a happy birthday. That is Naomi Agnew. Left lane there was Emerson Rose Pyers. 0.17 reaction time, ran a 6.87 flat. Last one for qualifier 1 junior comp, Abigail Rogers there in the right lane. She's out of Bakersfield, California. Getting ready to go here for qualifier 1. Gonna have a reaction time of 0.51. Going to run in at a 6.86 with a 4 at 99 miles per hour. Gonna do a quick drag of the track here before we go into NE2. Hang tight. Gonna do a quick drag of the track. Then we're gonna go right into NE2. announcements yet again. That 65-inch TV. You could get 6 entry tickets into that raffle for only $5. Go down to see the ladies there at the ANRA booth. All proceeds are going to go to Mr. Chaplain Matt. We also have our Houchin Blood Bank at the bottom of the tower here on the side of the grove. If you donate blood with them, you will get a free t-shirt. Also, our staff wanted us to mention here, if you have easy-ups or awnings, make sure that they are secured and tied down. Sounds like we have some wind picking up out there. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Apple Gas, Apple Gas to the lanes, please. Apple Gas and NE1 to the lanes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going into NE2 qualifier 1. First pair, right lane 32 Bantam, Matt Peternell out of Pine Mountain, California. Left lane there in the 65 Cheetah out of Santa Cruz, California is Jake Moshier. Having a good reaction time of 0:25. That is left lane Jake Moshier, 8:65 with a 9. Left lane here, Gabe Wood out of Bakersfield, California. Right lane out of Bakersfield, California, Mark McCaslin. Good reaction times here. Left lane, Gabe Wood. Right lane, Mark McCaslin. Qualifiers going to left lane, Gabe Wood, running an 8:60 with a 5 at 154 miles per hour. Ted New there in the left lane, running an 8:65 with a 9 at 155 miles per hour. Left lane here, Lindsay Lister out of Los Angeles, California. Right lane, Randy Ferguson out of La Habra Heights. Beautiful reaction time there compared to Randy Ferguson. Left lane, Lindsay Lister, 0:39 reaction time. Qualifier is going to Lindsay Lister. 8:55 with a 7 at 155 miles per hour. Kevin Crandall there in the Folk.com left lane. Kevin Crandall out of Phelan, California. Shout out to his wife here, running the tower with us today, Melinda Crandall. Right lane, Bush Light, will be Jason Truby out of Bakersfield, California. Wants to shout out sponsor here, Truby Racing. Reaction time looking good there in the left lane for Kevin Crandall, 0:36 to Jason Truby's 0:56. Qualifier run is going to left lane, running an 8:53 with a 3 at 148 miles per hour. Back in Brian Schubert left lane out right here. Adam Westbrook takes off, Peterbilt, California. Reaction time of 0:37, running an 8:46 with a 5. We have an announcement here. We need A-Gas, Apple Gas to the lanes. A-Gas, Apple Gas to the lanes. We also need NE1. If you are in the pits for Apple Gas and NE1, we need you to the lanes. Still in qualifier 1 for NE2, left lane Robert Johnson, right lane Patty Fettinger. Decent reaction times on both. Qualifiers going to left lane Robert Johnson, running an 8:40 with an 8. thefolk.com left lane here. Mark Stewart out of Hanford, California. Out of Happy Jack, Arizona there. In our Busch Lights right lane, Michael Nitz. Later reaction time for both these gentlemen. Qualifiers going to left lane, running an 8:48 with a 1. That's Mark Stewart. Looks like this 97 dragster here for Brian Schubert will be the last one down the track for qualifier 1 NE2 out of Lemoore, California. Brian Schubert is off with an amazing reaction time. I think actually one of the best of today so far. 003 left lane. Brian Schubert coming in at an 8:52 with a 9 at 152.2 miles per hour. Steve Glutort here in the left lane. Misspoke earlier. This gentleman will be our last one down the track for NE2 qualifier 1. Steve Glutort. As he's off a reaction time of 072. Steve's gonna get 9:59 with a 9 at 135 miles per hour. We are wasting no time, ladies and gentlemen, jumping with both feet right on into Boy Gas. First pair in the water box. Transitioning right on into Boy Gas. First qualifier. We got our right lane, Busch Light lane, 55 Chevy. Thefolk.com is the 69 Camaro, left lane. As they're staging here, right lane, Al White out of Azusa, California. David Mallory there in the left lane out of Bakersfield. 002 reaction time there in the right lane for Al White. He's going to qualify 8:75 with a 6. 155 miles per hour, 002. Great reaction time. Left lane, thefolk.com 64 Nova out of Wildomar, California. Mark Lieger, having a reaction time of 0:46. Right lane, George Zusa, 64 Nova. Going down the track, qualifiers going to George Zusa, running at 8:59 with a 7 at 156 miles per hour. This pair down the track, left lane, Neil Westbrook, 68 Camaro. 68 Camaro, right lane, Duran Kraft, getting a 004 in the left lane there for Neil Westbrook, running at 8:58 with a 2. Left lane here, Tim Gorman. Right lane, Don Momai. Reaction time of 0:47 for Don. Right lane. 8:60 with the 5. Ladies and gentlemen in the pits, attention in the pits. A-Gas, Apple Gas, final call. If you are not in the lanes for Apple Gas, you are late. And another call for NE1. NE1 to the lanes. This pair here, Megan Anita Gorman out of Bakersfield, California there in the left lane. Right lane, Wayne Broughton. Unfortunately, we got a red light there for Megan Anita. Going down the track, this qualifier pass for Gas is going to left lane, going an 8:61 flat for Megan Anita Gorman in the 67 Camaro. This pair here in the folk.com left lane, Randy Armstrong out of Paso Robles, California. Bushlight right lane, Greg Griffith out of Lemoore, California. Two Chevelles going down the track, got the 57 on the left and the 65 on the right. Reaction time of 0:29 for Mr. Randy Armstrong there in the left lane. Coming in at an 8:59 flat at 156.6 miles per hour. Linda, California there in the right lane. Dan Nicholson out of Bakersfield, California there in the left lane. Roger Stallnaker. I do believe this is the last pair for qualifier 1 for DGAS, boy gas, down the lanes. This pair down the track will be the final pair, and then we will have one single in the left lane to finish off boy gas for qualifier 1. As they're going down the track, the 65 Corvair, Mr. Roger Stallnaker, gets 0.26 on the tree. Qualifier pass is going to Roger Stallnaker, running an 8:53 with 8 in the 65 Corvair. Our last one down the track for boy gas qualifier 1 out of Laguna Beach, California. This is Chris O'Donnell. Later reaction time of 1:57. 65 Cornet's going to close out qualifier 1 in boy gas, running in 8.88 at 150 miles per hour. And we are starting up our beautiful Apple gas class. Qualifier 1. As our A-Gas first pair, qualifier 1, gets ready to go down the track here. We have a 33 Willys there in the left lane, 84 Corvette there in the right lane. In our right lane, Busch Light lane, we have Scott Saltzman. TheVote.com left lane, Casey Truer. Casey Truer here, left lane out of Santa Maria, California. Scott Saltzman, right lane out of Clovis, California. Waiting on the bottom bolt there for Casey Truer. Amazing reaction time there for Casey Truer. 0.18 there on the tree for the left lane. Qualifiers going to Casey Truer, running a 7.62 with a 7. at 175 miles per hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need juniors to the grove, please. Juniors to the grove. This pair down the track for DGAS. Left lane, Terry Newton. Right lane, Clint McKay. TheFoat.com left lane has a 53 Studebaker. Busch Light right lane is a 35 Airflow. Clint McKay out of Bakersfield, California is going to hit the tree nicely at 005. Going down the track, qualifiers going to that left lane, Terry Newton out of Camarillo, California, running a 760 with a 4 at 179 miles per hour. We have Jim Soydam in the Folk.com left lane out of Lancaster, California. In our Busch Light right lane, Chris Curtis. '63 Pont Lehman's there in the left lane. 70 Chevelle there in the right lane. Good reaction time there for Chris Curtis in the right lane. 019 on the tree. Qualifier this pass is going to Chris Curtis there in the Busch Light lane, running a 761 with a 1 at 181 miles per hour. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need juniors to the grove, please. Juniors to the grove. Mallory there in the left lane. Tom Fowler in the right lane. Getting staged here in the left lane, Cale Mallory out of Bakersfield, California, and the 63 Chevelle. Tom Fowler there in the right lane out of Paso Robles, California, and the 70 Camaro. Looking good as for reaction times go. Down the track, qualifiers going to Tom Fowler there in the right lane, running a 7:61 with a 6, 180 miles per hour. I believe that was the last pair down the track there for DGAS. Gonna get ready here to jump right into NE1. For qualifier 2, we need juniors to the Grove, please. Juniors to the Grove. Gonna jump right into qualifier 2 after NE1. Gonna talk your guys' ear off here again with some more announcements. Don't forget the raffle for the 65-inch TV. Proceeds are going to Chaplain Matt. Please go see the ladies over at the ANRA booth to get you started for your 6 tickets for $5 to enter that raffle. Dog Pound here, serving up some food for us all day. Don't forget to stop by. Also, if anyone is interested in a free t-shirt, go to Houchin Blood Bank at the bottom of the tower, located kind of on the side of the Grove over there. You donate blood, you get a free t-shirt. And since we're doing it, let's have the juniors to the Grove, please. Juniors to the Grove. Juniors to the Grove, please. Juniors, juniors, juniors. We need you to the Grove. This will be our first pair down the track for qualifier 1. Last set of qualifiers here for qualifier 1. Greg Den Hartog there in the left lane. Ely Stafford there in the right lane. Reaction time of 004 there for Greg Den Hartog. Running a 761 flat, 176 miles per hour. Got another announcement here. We have a celebration of life for Danny Sees. Used to race NE2 with us here in ANRA. If anyone would like to join that celebration of life for Danny Sees, it will be today in the first set of grandstands, about 45 minutes after the last cleanup run of today. We have a 23 Ford T-Bucket in our Busch Light right lane. Vince Geraleo Jr. out of Las Vegas, Nevada. In the Folk.com left lane is a 99 Sterling. Ed Cook out of Santa Paula, California. Going down the track, we have a 080 light for Ed Cook in the left lane, and 024 Vince Geraleo Jr. is going to get the qualifier run for that there in the right lane, running a 7:59 with a 5. Good reaction time of 0:23 in the left lane there for Charlie C. Dave Isley from Ontario, California there in the right lane. Left lane, Charlie C. went 7:57 with a 9. This round 1 qualifier pass. is the last pair for NE1 going down the track here for first qualifier of the day before we get into our single pass. Joe Trotsky there in the right lane running a 007 out of Ventura, California. Left lane looking good. Reaction time a little bit later, 150. Qualifier pass went to left lane, 744 with a 6. Car number 800. Bush light right lane. Last car down the track for first qualifier, NE1. This is a single right lane. Tom Martis here in the right lane out of Gardena, California. Gonna finish up first qualifier for NE1. And then we will be jumping right into our juniors qualifier 2. Little late on that tree, running a 257. Gonna clock in for Tom Martis at 7:52 with a 7. Running 175 miles per hour. Before we go into our first pair down the track for qualifier 2 for Group 1 juniors, again, we're having a celebration of life for Danny Sees. He was a racer with us here at the AMRA Series in NE2. It will be held by Chaplain Matt. We will be in the first set of grandstands today. It'll go on 45 minutes after the last round of cleanup. Celebration of life. Don't forget about the Houchin Blood Bank. Get a free t-shirt if you donate some blood with them today. Don't miss out on your chance to get that 65-inch TV. That raffle is going on down at the AMRA booth. Get 6 entries for $5. Right lane, Bush Light, right lane, Dylan Welch out of Lakewood, California. On his card here, we see a shout out to his mom and Aunt Jenny. Left lane here, Brody Freiling out of Bakersfield, California. Staging these kiddos here, we have a reaction time in our right lane for Dylan Welch at 1:23. Brody Freiling, left lane, 2:94. Qualifier pass is going to Dylan Welch there in the right lane, running a 12:19 with a 7. Left lane there is Easton Oliveira. Unfortunately, we have 2 red lights. Right lane is Addison Howe. Going down the track, it's going to go to Addison Howe in the right lane out of El Segundo, California, running an 11:89 flat. VFoke.com left lane, Cash Hanshu out of Bakersfield, California. The Bush Light right lane is Jordan Jones out of Monteros, California. Still in our Junior Group 1 Qualifier 2. Unfortunately, looks like we got a red light there for Jordan Jones there in the right lane. Reaction time of 0.87 for Cash Hanshu. Qualifier is going to that right lane. Jordan Jones running in 11.93 with a 6. Left lane here, Kyle Albright out of Yucaipa, California. Want to give a shout out to Gas and Services. Right lane, Audrey Fry out of Taft, California. Both a little late on the tree, but as they make their way down the track, they're going to come in at left lane. Kyle Albright running in 11.83 with a 7 to Audrey Fry's 12.21 with a 1. We're going to have 2 singles here for Junior Group 1, Qualifier 2, coming up in the right lane. This will be Colton Cook. Sportsman to the lanes, please. Sportsman to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Sportsman to the lanes. Colton Cook running in 11.94 with a 7 at 53 miles per hour. This is the last junior for Group 1, Qualifier 2, right lane, Alex Aguirre, out of Santa Margarita, California. Good looking reaction time for the kiddo in the right lane, Alex Aguirre, 0.13, running an 11.81 with a 5 at 53 miles per hour. That is going to lead us to jump right into Junior Group 2. For for the second qualifying pass of the day. Thefolk.com left lane, Kane Bratcher out of Bakersfield, California. And our Busch Light right lane out of Bakersfield, California as well is Miss Isabella Rogers. Red light there in the right lane. 089 in the left lane. Kane Bratcher. Qualifying's going to right lane. Isabella Rogers. 893 with the 3 at 74 miles per hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. In case you didn't hear that first call out, we need sportsmen to the lanes, please. Sportsmen to the lanes. Left lane here, Trevor Kirby out of Anaheim, California in his half scale. Right lane, Caden Oliveira out of Cypress, California. Red light there in the left lane. Reaction time of 0:28 there for Caden Oliveira in the right lane. Qualifier pass is going to left lane, Trevor Kirby, 8:59 flat, 78 miles per hour. Another pair here for junior group 2. Mackenzie Nelson, left lane. Brock Rogers there in the right lane. Good reaction time for Mackenzie Nelson out of Yucaipa, California. Reaction time of 0:19. 0:51 for Brock Rogers there in the right lane. Left lane, 8:83 with a 9 for Mackenzie Nelson. Busch Light right lane, Talon Pope. Thefolk.com left lane, Levi Agnew. Levi's dad and brother are racing this weekend out of Oak Hills, California. Reaction time of 0:65 for Levi Agnew there in the left lane. Red light, unfortunately, for Talon Pope there in the right lane. Right lane, 884 with a 4 at 70 miles per hour. That'll be Talon Pope. If you see Naomi Agnew around the track, go ahead and wish her a happy birthday. Left lane, Kylie Bragg finishing junior group 2. Kylie Bragg got a reaction time of 0:20, ran a 9:71 with an 8 at 66 miles per hour. We are going to jump in with both feet right into junior group 3, qualifier 2. About halfway over with our junior group in qualifier 2. Everyone looking good out there. Left lane, Alex Reese out of Newmark, California. Right lane, Travis Reese out of Newmark, California. Looks like siblings, possibly, lined up next to each other. Just heard, possibly twins, just lined up next to each other down there. Looks like mom's running Alex, dad's running Travis. Reaction time for the siblings. Alex goes red, 0:57 in that left lane, 0:24. Good light there for Travis Reese. Qualifier rounds going to left lane, 788 with a 5 at 83 miles per hour for Alex Reese. Man, unfortunately, we have two red lights here. Arliss Duke, right lane. Parker Howe, left lane. Qualifiers going to 790 with a 6 for Arliss Duke there in our Busch Light right lane. Left lane here, junior group 3, Brody Connor goes red, 0:62. Right lane, amazing light for Blake Barta, 002. And that's going to right lane, Blake Barta, 785 with a 2 at 82 miles per hour. Reaction time of 002. Left lane here, Dylan Nelson, 068 there on the tree. Grayson Custer there in the right lane went red. Will clock in out a 792 with a 7 at 80 miles per hour. Right lane, Grayson Custer. Logan Oliveira here in the Thoke.com left lane. Bushlight right lane, Cole Gutierrez going in for qualifier 2 in our junior group 3. Cypress, California, Logan Oliveira. Hellendale, California for Cole Gutierrez. As they stage, getting a reaction time of, unfortunately, red for Cole Gutierrez, 003, 032, Logan Oliveira. Qualifier goes to Cole Gutierrez, 785 with a 2 at 84 miles per hour. Right there in the left lane is going to finish off Junior Group 3, Qualifier 2. Will be the last one down the track for Junior Group 3. Connor being out of Yucaipa, California. Hot rod to the lanes, please. Hot rod to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Looks like out here in the lanes we have quite a few hot rod drivers out here. We need the rest of you. If you are in, gonna clock in at a 786 with a 5 at 82 miles per hour. Alrighty guys, left lane here, Noah Kolb out of Glendora, California. Ava Barta, right lane. Ava Barta is going to take it for qualifying, 788 flat. We have Isabella Lily Pyers. They're in that left lane out of Madera, California. Unfortunately, we got a 007 red. Caleb Bowman there in the right lane with the 012. Out of Oak Hills, California, Caleb Bowman's going to qualify here at 7.79 with a 9, going 84 miles per hour. Junior Group 4, qualifier run 2, Garrett Agnew there in the left lane, out of Oak Hills, California. Right lane there is Madison Jordan out of Paradise, California. Getting ready to stage here to finish out the day for them for qualifier 2. Got a red light there in the right lane. Garrett Agnew, reaction time of 0:22. We have qualifier run Madison Jordan, right lane, 7:88 flat. Looking like we have a single run going on here in the left lane. Haley Gutierrez, Junior Group 4, out of Hellendale, California. Pretty good looking reaction time out there. Going to run a 7:89 with a 5. We are going to take care of some test and licensing passes here for some of our juniors. While we're doing that, we're going to go over some more awesome announcements. Do not miss out on winning that 65-inch TV. That is a raffle. You can get 6 essentially entries into that raffle for $5. Go ahead and head over to the ANRA booth if you want to enter in that raffle to win that 65-inch TV. Our dog pound is also here. You probably see them there in the Grove selling food. They'll be here today for us. We also have our Houchin Blood Bank at the bottom of the tower near the Groove, the side area right there. You donate, you get a free t-shirt, so don't miss out on that. Also, a fellow NE2 racer here with ANRA with us, Danny Sees. We will be having a celebration of life for this gentleman. It'll be about 40 minutes after the last run of cleanup today, and it will be going on in the first set of grandstands. So if you want to do that with us, that would be awesome. Come have a celebration of life with us for Danny C's. Also, another announcement, don't miss out on the 7 a.m. chapel service that's going to be going on tomorrow, Sunday morning. Again, that's at 7 a.m. chapel service. Gonna get these license passes for juniors through the lanes here, figuring some stuff out here on the staging lanes over here. And then we will continue to Sportsman qualifier run 2 here shortly. Looks like one more license pass we have going on up here. One more license pass. Alrighty. Probably can't count on our hands how much we announced this today, but it is very important to Anra and our team here. That 65-inch TV raffle is going on. Go to the Anra booth if you're interested in that. 6 tickets get you 6 entries for $5. Go visit those ladies over at the Anra booth if you're interested in going home with a 65-inch TV tomorrow. Our dog pound has hot dogs and food that they're cooking up for you guys today. Go ahead and stop by and see what they got going on. If you donate blood at our Houchin Blood Bank at the bottom of the tower by the side of the groove, you can get a free t-shirt. Donate some blood to help them out today. Also, a fellow racer with us raced NE2 here at Anra, Danny Sees. We will be having a very important celebration of life for Mr. Danny Sees and his family. It'll be 45 minutes after the last run of cleanup. It will be going on in the first set of the grandstands over here, first set of the grandstands for that celebration of life for Danny Sees. And then tomorrow morning, As routine here for our ANRA weekend races, there will be a 7 a.m. chapel service in the Grove, right behind the grandstands tomorrow. If you want to join that for us. We're going to do a little bit of prep here on the track, and then we will be going into the next class. Hang in there. Here we go. Qualifier number 2 for our Sportsman class. Coming right up. We got a 72 Pontiac in that left lane, the Folk.com sponsored left lane. We have a Busch Light sponsored right lane. That's the 76 Camaro coming at you here in the water box. First pair, Sportsman Qualifier 2, kicking off now. Left lane, Roel Aguilar. Right lane, Brad Thompson. Brad Thompson out of Visalia, California. Good reaction time got going on over here. 034. Roel Aguilar, 084. This is qualifier 2. Right lane, Brad Thompson, 12:04 with a 4, 112 miles per hour. '67 Mustang in the right Busch Light lane, Tom Featherstone. '67 Plymouth, Kristen Shell. Out of Camarillo, California, that's going to be there in the left lane. 001 red, unfortunately for that left lane. Right lane, Tom Featherstone, 047. Going to come in at 13:32 with a 6 at 102 miles per hour. That's going to be for right lane, Tom Featherstone. So close to a trip zip there in the left lane for Christian Shell. Clive Henderson there in the left lane. Kevin Klingman there in the right lane. 68 Mark Cougar there in the left lane. 68 Oldsmobile there in the right lane. And they're off here, both with later reaction times. Left lane, 12:03 with a 6 at 111 miles per hour for Clive Henderson there. Right lane, Sam Landsberg, Simi Valley, California. And the 70 Maverick out of Mariposa, California. That's going to be the left lane, Dave Lawson. Later reaction time there for the left lane, 006 in the right lane for Sam Landsberg, coming in at 12:04. 12:00 with the 4, my apologies, at 103 miles per hour. Right lane, Sam Landsberg. Left lane, Greg Little, out of Bakersfield, California. Right lane, Ryan Pierce. Red light there in the right lane for Ryan Pierce. This will be left lane, 13:18 with a 9, 102 miles per hour. That's left lane. TheFloat.com, Greg Little. Left lane there, Tony Blazer. Tony Balzer, I apologize. And a 71 Chevy. Right lane, David Landsberg out of CD Valley. Nice looking reaction time. Got some smoke coming from car in the left lane, Tony Balzer. Qualifier 12:05 with an 8, 96 miles per hour. That's David Landsberg. Looks like a little bit of car troubles in the left lane there. Right lane here, Busch Light. Right lane, Barry Fellman. 2 red lights on the board here. Left lane, Pam Holtz out of Porterville, California. Identical mile per hour up here. Right lane, Barry Fellman. 11:52 with a 9 at 111 miles per hour. We have a 62 Nova there in the left lane out of Fraser Park, California. Brent Johnston. 72 Duster there in the right lane out of Clovis, California. Mike Baker. Brent Johnston left first there. Great reaction time, 0:13. A lot later there for Mike Baker. Gonna clock in at 12:17 with the 5 at 109 miles per hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need to open wheel to the lanes, please. Open wheel to the lanes. Thomas is going to enter our Sportsman class here for qualifier 2 in the right lane. Just ran a 12:41 with a 4 at 104 miles per hour. Left lane, Dave Brown in the 72 Vega. This is going to be our first pair down for qualifier 2 hot rod, our biggest class here. Rich Strickenfaden, Mariposa, California, in the 73 Camaro there in the right lane. Unfortunately, got a red light there for Rich Strickenfaden. Coming in for Rich Strickenfaden, right lane, 10:55 with an 8 at 125 miles per hour. '68 Fairlane in the right lane from Sonora, California, Don Thomas. 72 Camaro out of Bakersfield, California. Didn't have to drive too far for this race. That's William Kopensky. Qualifier 2 for hot rod, right lane, Don Thomas. 965 with the 2 at 139 miles per hour. Next group coming down, getting ready to stage right here. Left lane, Default.com sponsor in the left lane. 55 Chevy from Rich Grove, California. That is Lucas Nunez. 68 Camaro there in the right lane out of Bakersfield, California. Daryl Sizemore. Unfortunately, we have a red light from Daryl Sizemore. Later reaction time there for Lucas Nunez. Gonna clock in right lane, Daryl Sizemore. 10:51 with a 5. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get E-Gas, Edward Gas to the lanes, please? Edward Gas to the lanes. Left lane there, Ralph Coates. Right lane, Jeremy Jenny. 2 red lights for these gentlemen, unfortunately. 73 Dodge Dart there in the left lane, 86 Nova in the right lane for Jeremy Jennings. That'll be 10 flat with a 1, 136 miles per hour. Valdez here in the right lane. staging from Bakersfield, California. In the 67 Camaro, left lane there, 70 Nova out of Bakersfield as well. That's Cheyenne Custer. Good reaction time from Danny Valdez, 0:29. Running a close one down the track. Right lane, 10:55 with an 8, Danny Valdez. Right lane, out of Bakersfield, California. Paul Cannon there in that left lane. Paul Cannon, good light on Michael Seguire. Left lane, 9:08 with a 2, Paul Cannon. Two red lights with this pair. Fred Klein, left lane. Danny Vahidi, right lane, out of Bakersfield, California for both these gentlemen. That'll be 55 Chevy. Fred Klein, 10:24 with a 6 at 128 miles per hour. Right lane, Michael Doster. Left lane, Gary Howard. Late on the tree for this pair. This is going to the 64 Nova there in the right lane for Michael Doster. Running a 9:46 with a 5 at almost 140 miles per hour. 0.01 off. Another red light pair coming down. Cleet Norris left lane, Dylan Chimenti right lane. Qualifier pass going to left lane, running a 9:54 with a 9. That's Cleet Norris out of Visalia, California, driving his 55 Chevy. TheVote.com left lane is James Fowler. Our Busch Light right lane is Larry Wiggins. As they stage and head down the track, Larry Wiggins is going to have the light. That is going to be a 1080 with a 6 pass by James Fowler in the 55 Chevelle, 126 miles per hour. Colin Poist jumping right into staging in that beautiful 67 Chevy. Bryce Youngdale there in that right lane out of Denair, California. Red light in left lane. This pair is going to come in at 10:59 with a 4 at 125 miles per hour. That's Colin Poist, left lane. Cal Gordon, left lane, Hesperia, California, racing the 82 Mustang. Kent Bear there in the right lane out of Paso Robles, California, in the 67 Chevelle. Reaction time of 2s across the board. A mile per hour of 131 Coming in at 10:25 with a 7, that's left lane, Cal Gordon. Tom Bayer out of Big Pine, California. In that 62 Corvette, J.R. Mora in that left lane. That's going to left lane. 10:09 with a 6 at 130 miles per hour. J.R. Mora. Couple little drops on the track, looks like in both lanes. Doing just a quick mop before we send the next pair for Hot Rod down for their qualifier 2 pass. Left lane, Joe Cardoza. Right lane, Woolly Bear. Double 08 there in the left lane for Joe Cardoza. Beautiful reaction time there. Woolly Bear went red, unfortunately. Qualifier is going to be right lane, Woolly Bear, running a 10:59 with a 9 at 127 miles per hour. Left lane there, Ronnie Pruitt. Right lane is Lane McLaughlin. Out of Dinuba, California there for the right lane. Coming in at 11:67 with a 2, 114 miles per hour. That's going to be Ronnie Pruitt there in that left lane in the 72 Vega. Left lane, Justin Crosby has a sponsor there, Mike's Transmissions in the 62 Dart. This gentleman out of Lancaster, California. In our Busch Light right lane, Gary Lynch out of Salmar, California. Double 02 reaction time in the left lane for Justin Crosby. 0:45 there for Gary Lynch in the right lane. Right lane, 9:58 with a 1 at 138 miles per hour. VFoat.com sponsored left lane, Krista Soydam. Busch Light right lane, Matt Fritz out of Bakersfield, California. Reaction times are looking better and better as the day goes on for all of our racers here. 67 Camaro, Matt Fritz, right lane. 10:22 with a 3 at 129 miles per hour. Right lane, Grant Warner, 69 Oldsmobile. Left lane, 50 Studebaker. Kevin Robbins. Grant Warner, right lane. 10:36 with a 5 at 127 miles per hour. left lane. Don Momai, right lane. 38 Chevy sedan in the right lane there for Don Momai is going to be 860 flat at 156 miles per hour. Looks like we're doing a really quick mop-up before we send our next couple pairs down for our qualifier 2 of Hot Rod. Here we go. Next pair coming up right now, Hot Rod. Next couple of many. Don't forget about that raffle at the Anra booth, ladies and gentlemen. You could go home with a 65-inch TV raffled off tomorrow. Go down and get your tickets there at the Anra booth if you are interested in that. We got our Houchin Blood Bank. Donate some blood. Support them today. You can get a free t-shirt. Here in the left lane, Larry Warren out of Tehachapi, California. Daniel Rowley out of Dinuba, California. Got a 55 there in the left lane and a 68 Chevelle there in the right lane. And they're off with a close reaction time. Unfortunately, red light in the left lane of 001. Daniel Rowley, 024. There in that right lane. Going to Daniel Rowley, 1018 with a 4 at 128 miles per hour. Ed Walker, left lane, Lakewood, California. Alan Shoemaker, Fresno, California, right lane. Later reaction time for these gentlemen. 70 Roadrunner, that left lane, 75, right lane. 1061 with a 1 at 127 miles per hour there for Ed Walker there in that left lane. Edward Gas to the lanes, please. Edward Gas to the lanes. If you are in the pits and running Edward Gas to the lanes. George Tyree there in that left lane ran a 10:59 with a 4 at 125 miles per hour. Good reaction time of 0:29. Butch Hedrick there in that left lane in the 68 Chevelle ran a 10:32 with a 2 at 128 miles per hour. Michael Van Horn there in that right lane this last pass. TheFoat.com sponsored left lane Wayne Broughton in the 64 Ford, right lane Busch Light Tom Mullen out of Los Osos, California. 68 Mustang in the right lane is going to go red. 062 in that left lane for Wayne Broughton. 8:58 with a 5 at 154 miles per hour. Tim Mouville, left lane, Dustin Lynch, right lane, red light in that left lane. Later reaction time there in the right lane for Dustin Lynch out of Whittier, California. For this last qualifier pass for these gentlemen, it'll be right lane, Dustin Lynch, 860 with a 2 at 138 miles per hour in the 67 Nova. Jason Wattenberger out of Bakersfield, California for both these gentlemen. Jan Vanderpool. '55 Chevy there in the left lane, 68 Mustang right lane. Good reaction time there on the right. 10:56 with a 3 at 127 miles per hour. That one is left lane, Jason Wattenberger. Dotson out of Tulare, California in the 72 will be the left lane. Michael Burgess, Madera, California, 64 Chevelle there in the right lane. It's going to land these at 961 with a 6 at 139 miles per hour for Michael Burgess there in that right lane. Busch Light right lane. Busch Light sponsored right lane, George Thomas, Mariposa, California. Left lane, Jim Holtz, Porterville, California. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Can we please get David Gas to the lanes, please? DGAS, David Gas to the lanes. 002 looking good in the right lane for George Thomas. Running a 10:25 with a 2 at 128 miles per hour. Jack K. Johnson, left lane, right lane, Billy Ford. Looks like we're going to push Billy Ford there in that right lane, roll him off the track. Jack K. Johnson went red, left lane, 026, going to run a 1099 with an 8 at 122 miles per hour. Left lane here, Brian Smith. In the 69 Merc Cougar, right lane, Donald Dombrowski. Out of Simi Valley, California, in the 64 Malibu. Left lane, solo pass, Brian Smith. Later reaction time running a 9.66 with a 5 at 140 miles per hour. Give us one moment, folks, while we figure out our right lane. Awesome. This will be a single pass for Donald Dombrowski out of Simi Valley. 64 Malibu. Qualifier 2 in Hot Rod. So close. Coming in out of red, 002. Edward Gas, Edward Gas, Edward Gas. If you are not to the lanes, you are late. E-Gas, Edward Gas. Steve Letcher there in that left lane, Chris O'Donnell in the right lane. Later reaction times for both these gentlemen going to come in at 9.54 with a 3 at 139 miles per hour there for Chris O'Donnell in the right lane. Jeff Kreider there out of Bakersfield, California in the 71 Vago right lane. Steve Calkins, left lane. Reaction time looking good. Right lane, Jeff Kreider, 003, running an 11.22 with a 4 at 119 miles per hour. Left lane, Bill Gilmore. Right lane, Bald Stanley. 82 Camaro is going to get the green light. That goes to Bill Gilmore. Left lane, 990 flat. Agnew, left lane here, gets a good light. 033, right lane, Charles Stiles, a little bit late on the tree. That qualifying run's going to left lane. Michael Agnew in the 69 Chevelle, running a 961.8, 140 miles per hour. Left lane, Corcoran, California, Eddie Thomas. Right lane, Carol Smith. Left lane, 1060 with a 2 at 124 miles per hour for Eddie Thomas. Chris O'Donnell, thefolk.com, left lane. Bushlight, right lane, Neil Reed. Chris O'Donnell, left lane out of Laguna Beach, California. Neil Reed out of Atascadero. Red lights. Down the track, this will be left lane. 9 flat with a 5 at 144 miles per hour. Chris O'Donnell, left lane. Jeff Balzer, right lane. Steve Canton, left lane. Similar reaction times for both these gentlemen. This will be right lane. 1054 with a 6 at 126 miles per hour. That's the 71 Chevelle, Jeff Balzer. Bushlight, right lane, Scott Reed. Thefolk.com, left lane, Richard Hart. We're looking at the right lane. 1171 with a 9 at 115 miles per hour. That's the 67 Camaro, Scott Reed. Looks like we are gonna have a single pass on that right lane. Bill Havens, 0:15 reaction time, running a 1097 with a 5 at 120 miles per hour. Moving on down to open wheel. Open wheel qualifier 2. Bob O'Neill out of Rancho Cucamonga, California. Lucas Gonzalez, right lane, out of Oakdale, California. 003 there in the left lane, Bob O'Neill. Decent reaction time there for Lucas Gonzalez as well. 1063 with a 2, right lane, Lucas Gonzalez. left lane, Dave Walker, right lane. Coming down to a 10-12 with a 9 at 131 miles per hour. That is Mike Brock there in the left lane. Left lane, Dan McKeel out of Jamestown, California. Jim Souza out of Diamond Springs, California. Later on the lights for both these gentlemen. Left lane, 1034 with a 4 at 129 miles per hour. Dan McKeel. Model A there in the left lane. 23 Model T there in the right lane. Roger Stevens in the left lane there. Mike McLaughlin in our Busch Light right lane. Open wheel qualifier 2. These pairs are going to be 1039 with a 2 at 120 miles per hour. That is going to Mike McLaughlin. Carly Ball there, staging in the Vote.com left lane. Colleen Falk in the right lane out of Bakersfield, California. That is left lane, 1058 with a 2 at 129 miles per hour for Carly Ball. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need DGAS, David Gas to the lanes, and NE3. If you are in DGAS, David Gas, or NE3, we need you to the lanes. This will be a single one down the track in the right lane to finish our open wheel qualifier 2 category. Ricky Taylor out of Marysville, California. Ricky Taylor there in our Busch Light right lane has a 1279 with a 5 at 62 miles per hour. In case you didn't hear that call earlier, we need David Gas and NE3 to the lanes. David Gas, NE3 to the lanes. Don't forget about our blood drive. If you donate, you can get a free t-shirt. Our dog pound vendor is still selling food there for us today. And don't forget to enter to possibly go home with a 65-inch TV for our raffle. We will find out the winner for those tomorrow. It's $5 for 6 tickets to enter. We also have a fellow racer, Danny Sees, used to race with us here in our series NE2. We will be having a celebration of life for this gentleman 45 minutes after the last run of cleanup. It will take place in the first set of grandstands. if you are interested in supporting the family today. We are jumping into qualifier run 2, EGAS. Left lane, Lawrence Naiso. Right lane, Brad Thompson. Right lane, 1161 flat, 118 miles per hour, good reaction time of 0:23, Brad Thompson. Tehachapi, California, Mike Rogers. In the folk.com left lane, Bushlight right lane, Los Osos, California, that is Barry Fellman. This pair down the track for EGAS will be left lane, Mike Rogers, 1163 with a 2, 101 miles per hour. Bush Light right lane, out of Lucerne Valley, California, Mark Thompson. Out of Bakersfield, California, Jan Vanderpool. We have a 62 Volkswagen Bug and a 68 Mustang. This will be 62 Volkswagen Bug, reaction time of 0:98. Mr. Mark Thompson running an 1152 with a 7 at 113 miles per hour. Out of Bakersfield, California, the 77 Camaro there in the left lane. Reaction time of 0:40. Mike Brown there in our Bushlight right lane out of Bakersfield, California as well. Running left lane, 1157 with a 1 at 115 miles per hour for Krista Soydam. Single left lane for this EGAS qualifier 2 pass. That will just be Ron Dotson there in the left lane. Ron Dotson is in the 72 Camaro out of Tulare, California. His run for qualifier 2 is going to be 1180 with a 5 at 114 miles per hour. Ronnie Pruitt will be our single down the track in the right lane. Ronnie Pruitt. Bloomington, California. The 72 Vega is off. Running an 1167 with a 2 at 115 miles per hour. Left lane, Jim Holst. Right lane, Nicholas Van Horn. Decent reaction times for both is going to put us in left lane, Jim Holst. Running an 1160 with a 2 at 114 miles per hour. Left lane, Bob O'Neill. Right lane, Carol Smith. Reaction time goes to right lane, Carol Smith. Qualifier run, left lane, 11:43 with a 4 at 115 miles per hour. That's Bob O'Neill. Bob Stanley, thefolk.com left lane. Bill Schoch, Bushlight right lane. The 80 Trans Am was off. Out of Merced, California, that's Bob Stanley running a 12:01 with a 2. 110 miles per hour there. Looks like we are finishing off the pair for DGAS. Left lane, Scott Reed. Right lane, Richard Hart. Left lane, Scott Reed out of Corcoran, California in the 67 Camaro running 11:54 with a 3 at 115 miles per hour. David Gas and NE3, you should both be in the lanes now. David Gas and NE3 to the lanes. And now we need C-Gas. C-Gas to the lanes. That is Charlie Gas to the lanes. First call, Charlie Gas to the lanes. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting here shortly. Just doing some mild prep there. Here shortly, we will enter into qualifier 2 for David Gas. Charlie Gas, in case you missed your first call, we need Charlie Gas to the lanes. Again, Charlie Gas to the lanes. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow we will have a 7 a.m. chapel service. Tomorrow, Sunday morning, before we start racing, there will be a 7 a.m. chapel service there behind these stands in the Grove. Today, about 45 minutes after the last run of cleanup, there will be a celebration of life for a well-known fellow racer of the Anra family, Danny Sees. If you want to be a part of that celebration of life, 45 minutes after the last cleanup run, you will meet in the first set of grandstands. are starting our engines, headed into David Gas. Qualifier 2, first pair down the track. TheFoat.com left lane, Mark Tucker. Bushlight right lane, Jeremy Jennings. Welcoming us into our first pair, Qualifier 2, David Gas. Left lane 063, Mark Tucker, Jeremy Jennings, 094, not far behind. Right lane 1062 with a 9 at 127 miles per hour. That's the 69 Nova belonging to Jeremy Jennings. Richard Llewellyn there in the left lane out of Yucca Valley, California. Right lane, Jason Wattenberg. As the two Chevys race down the track, it will be right lane. Qualifier run, 1060 with the 1, 121 miles per hour. That went to right lane. Left lane, Woolly Bear. Right lane, Tom Bayer. Later on the tree for these two. Left lane, 1059 with a 3. Woolly Bear in the 67 Nova. Left lane. Richard Strickenfaden out of Mariposa, California is in that left lane. Our right lane is Grant Warner out of Oak Hills, California. Half of a second faster. 052 left lane, Richard Strickenfaden reaction time. That will be the 73 Camaro. Left lane, 1068.3 at 123 miles per hour, Richard Strickenfaden. Bushlight right lane, Anthony Byers, Paso Robles, California, in that 65 Nova. 74 Chevy Love belongs to Craig Hart there out of Paso Robles, California as well there in that left lane. To left lane, 1053 with a 9, 126 miles per hour, Craig Hart. Thank you, families, for all your donations. This has been the most successful round of donations all year, and we just heard that we are looking to come back next year. So thank you, families, for all your support and donations. Richard Amarilius, left lane. Danny Valdez, right lane. That goes to left lane, 1063 with a 9, Richard Amarilius. Bushlight right lane, Bryce Youngdale. TheFoat.com left lane, Gary Hardy. And they're off. Left lane, 73 Pinto, 69 Pontiac. Left lane, 10:59 with a 5, 125 miles per hour. That's Gary Hardy. Left lane, William Lipinski. Right lane, Bill Norton. Bill Norton on the tree, 036. Right lane, running a 10:61 with a 2, 124 miles per hour. That's the 63 Nova belonging to Bill Norton. Halfway through our DGAS qualifier 2 runs. Left lane, Daniel Brown. Right lane, James Burt. This is going to be the 73 Vega there in the left lane, belonging to Daniel Brown, running a 10:58 with a 4 at 124 miles per hour. Billy Rogers there, left lane. Tom Mullen, right lane. The Chevelle versus the Mustang here for the qualifier 2 DGAS for this pair. That will be left lane. The 65 Chevelle running a 10:60 with a 7. Billy Rogers. TheFote.com, left lane, Fred Klein. Both of these gentlemen out of Bakersfield, California. Bushlight right lane, Steve Barta in the 62 Chevy with a reaction time of 0:36. Right lane, running a 10:69 with a 2, Steve Barta. Backing this pair up, gonna reset the tree here. Looks like we gotta do a quick track prep. Sounds like there was still possibly a car at the end of the track before we sent down this pair. Just gonna reset the tree here, then we'll start running cars again. we go. Going back at it here. Qualifier 2, DGAS pair. Right lane, Daryl Sizemore. Left lane, Ed Walker. Quick reset. Thank you, team. Left lane, 10:54 with a 4 at 127 miles per hour. That's Ed Walker. Next set, left lane, George Tyree Jr. out of Bakersfield, California. Right lane out of Lancaster is Justin Crosby. Justin Crosby, sponsored by Mike's Transmissions. This is going to left lane, 10:62 with a 3, George Tyree Jr. Junior comp to the lanes, please. Junior comp to the lanes. First call, Junior comp to the lanes. Left lane, Eddie Thomas. Right lane, George Thomas. 007 there in the left lane for Eddie Thomas in the 68 Camaro. Later reaction time there for George Thomas. This is going to left lane, 11:05 with a 9 at 123 miles per hour. That's Eddie Thomas. Left lane, Gary D. Howard. Right lane, Cheyenne Custer. '72 Camaro there in the left lane, 70 Nova in the right lane, Cheyenne Custer running a 1041 with a 5 at 128 miles per hour. Left lane, Tim Mulville. Right lane, Steve Canton. Running the qualifier 2 DGAS pair. 10:56 with a 1 at 128 miles per hour. Left lane, Tim Mulville. Here we go. Finishing out our qualifier 2 of David Gas pair. TheFolk.com left lane, Neil Reed. Bushlight right lane, Mike Balzer. '71 Chevelle there in the right lane. Has the lead with reaction time. Running a 10:59 with a 7, 126 miles per hour. That goes to the '71 Chevelle there in the right lane, Mike Balzer. That completed the David Gas class for today. That was qualifier 2. We will be starting NE3 here shortly. In case you missed the first call, we called up for junior comp to the lanes. Just putting some stuff together here, and then we will be going into our NE3 qualifier 2. We'll be starting back up here again shortly. Don't forget about that raffle, ladies and gentlemen. 65-inch TV for only $5. For $5, you could get 6 tickets to possibly win that 65-inch TV. The drawing will be tomorrow on Sunday. We will also have our 7 a.m. chapel service, 7 a.m. tomorrow. Chapel service, 7 a.m. tomorrow. Go donate some blood while you can. We got some time in between classes. You could get a free t-shirt. Here we go, starting our engines here for NE3. NE3, qualifier 2. Alrighty, as we get our first pair for NE3 ready, first pair down the track for qualifier 2. Left lane is John Cassie, right lane is Ashley Ballstein. Ashley Ballstein, right lane, 9:59 with an 8 at 134 miles per hour. Steve Welch, left lane. Jeff Harris, right lane. Pulling them into the water box. Lake Elsinore, California, Steve Welch, left lane. InTheFoat.com, left lane. Bushlight, right lane, out of Bakersfield, California, Jeff Harris. Down the track for this qualifier 2, last one of the day. Reaction time of 0:24 there for Steve Welch. Coming in at 961 with a 5 at 134 miles per hour. That is Steve Welch. Donovan Gomez, right lane. Zach Rhino, left lane. Reaction time, right lane, Donovan Gomez. 1-1-2 reaction time in the left lane. This is going to Donovan Gomez, 9:58 with a 3 at 135 miles per hour. Left lane staging here is Jeff Ball. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. This is going to be the second call for Junior Comp. Junior Comp to the lanes, please. Junior Comp to the lanes. This will also be the first call for NE2. NE2, we're ready for you in the lanes. This pass was Jeff Ball running a 961 with a 1 at 134 miles an hour. Left lane, Jeff Ball. Left lane, Phil Swanson, out of Sylmar, California. In the roadster that we have there in the right lane is Emerson Rose Tires. Going to Emerson Rose Tires there in the right lane, running a 957 with a 7 at 138 miles per hour. Left lane here, Darren Beck. Right lane, Stan Steiner. Reaction time is amazing there in the right lane for Stan Steiner, running a 002 in the 23 Ford. coming in at a 961 with a 1 at 150 miles per hour. That's the right lane. Stan Steiner, 002. Kevin White in the right lane here will finish off the qualifier 2 run for NE3 class today. Wildomar, California is where Kevin White's from in his 23 altered. Reaction time of 0:41. Coming in at a 961 with a 1 at 135 miles per hour. We are going to continue here with a license pass for NE3. And then we'll be jumping into Charlie Gas. Finishing off with the license, and we'll continue with Charlie Gas. Here we go. Charlie Gas, qualifier 2. Left lane, Bo Dyson. Right lane, Michael Doster. Both out of Bakersfield, California. Reaction time in the 30s for both these drivers. This is going to right lane, Michael Doster, running a 958 with a 3 at 129.7 miles per hour. Thefolk.com right lane is Brian Smith. Bushlight right lane is Jeff Jones. Checking on something going on here in the lanes before we continue to send pairs down here for Charlie Gas. Give us just one moment while we check on that. couple more minutes, ladies and gentlemen, and then we'll continue to send pairs down for Charlie Gas. Just hang in there for us. In the meantime, junior comp should be in the lanes, NE2 should be in the lanes. In the meantime, while we wait to start sending pairs down, again, Charlie Gas, qualifier 2, left lane. Ken Christie, right lane, Justin Lynch. Good reaction time there on the left for Ken Christie. Gonna come in at 9:58 with an 8 at 131 miles per hour. Finishing up the last couple pairs here in Charlie Gas. Left lane, Gary Lynch, Sylmar, California. And then right lane there in the 74 Vega out of Santa Barbara, California is Wayne Rich. One off for the 60-foot for this pair. Going 9:57 with a 6, 138 miles per hour. That's Gary Lynch there in the left lane. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, this is our final pair for Charlie Gas. Busch Light right lane, Michael Burgess, Charles Stiles in the Folk.com left lane. 001 red there in the right lane for Michael Burgess. Michael Burgess will finish this qualifier, 9:59 with a 5 at 141 miles per hour. That goes to right lane. Alrighty, we'll be pulling our junior comps up here shortly. Coming around the corner of the tower right now. First pair up is looking to be Isabella Lily Pyers and attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Boy Gas, B Gas, and Apple Gas to the lanes. B Gas and Apple Gas to the lanes. Left lane, Isabella Lily Pyers here for the first round for qualifier 2, junior comp. Isabella wants to give a shout out to Grandma and Grandpa and M&M Fuels. Right lane, Cole Gutierrez out of Hallandale, California. Wants to give a shout out to the Oliveira family. Staging in. Left lane reaction time, 0:37 to Cole Gutierrez, 0:57. That's going to go to right lane, running a 691, 96 miles per hour, Cole Gutierrez. Left lane here, Carly Ball out of Phelan, California. Kayla Bowman, right lane, Oak Hills, California. this pair. Goes to right lane, Caleb Bowman, running a 6.85 with a 6 at 98 miles per hour. Right lane here, reaction time of 0:19 for Jacelyn Gonzaga out of Northridge, California. She's going to get a 6.81 with a 5 at 100 miles per hour. Alrighty, getting back into a junior comp pair here for qualifier 2. Left lane, Brody Connor. Right lane, Garrett Agnew. Left lane, Abigail Rogers, running a 6.89 with a 6 at 99 miles per hour. Brody Connor here in the left lane. Coda Patton here in the right lane. Here we go, Brody Connor running a 6.84 flat at 97 miles per hour. Left lane, Brody Connor. Next pair down, left lane, Logan Oliveira. Right lane, Noah Kolb. Logan Oliveira wants to shout out IRS problem solvers and Oliveira Racing. Getting ready to stage here. And they're off. Close reaction time. Noah Kolb, 0.20. Logan Oliveira, 0.36. Going down the track, that's left lane. Logan Oliveira running a 6.82 with a 6 at 95 miles per hour. This is going to be a single finishing off qualifier 2 in junior comp. Single right lane, Emerson Rose Pyers out of Madera, California. front lane, Bush Light, sponsored right lane. Emerson Rose Pyers, staging here in her qualifier 2 junior comp. Having a reaction time of 0:16. Looks like having some car problems going down the track. Gonna drag the track a couple times over, and then we're gonna jump into NE2. Give us a couple minutes and we'll start qualifier 2 of NE2. Don't forget, once again, there will be a 65-inch TV going home with someone tomorrow. Don't forget, for $5 to buy 6 tickets to enter into that raffle for a good cause. Looks like we're going to do a once-over spraying the track, and then we'll be getting into the last qualifier for NE2. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we please have B gas, boy gas to the lanes, please? And A gas, apple gas to the lanes. Alrighty, let's get going. Qualifier 2, NE2 are gonna come up first pair to the water box. NE2, qualifier 2, it is your turn to the water box. First pair, NE2 to the water box. NE1 to the lanes, please. NE1 to the lanes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. NE1 to the lanes. NE1 to the lanes. TheVote.com left lane, Robert Johnson. Bush Light right lane, Matt Peternell. Going down the track here, reaction time of 0.40 for left lane, Robert Johnson. 0.73 for Matt Peternell. That's going to be an 8.57 with a 2. At 152 miles per hour, that would be left lane, Robert Johnson. Left lane out of Bakersfield, California, Jason Truby. Right lane out of Los Angeles, California, Lindsay Lister. And they're off. Similar reaction time, not off by many numbers. Left lane, Jason Truby, running at 8.46 with a 7 at 156 miles per hour. lane, Joseph Straduto out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Right lane, Michael Nitz out of Happy Jack, Arizona. 2 Arizonians up for this pair. For qualifier 2 in NE2. And they're off. Reaction time in left lane, Joseph Scaduto, 019. Getting down the track with a 866 at 155 miles per hour. Left lane, Mark McCaslin out of Bakersfield. Right lane, Mark Stewart out of Hanford, California. Later reaction time for this pair. Going down the track, this will be left lane. Mark McCaslin, 892 with a 4 at 131 miles per hour. Left lane, thefolk.com sponsored left lane, Jake Moshier. Bushlight right lane, Brian Schubert. Reaction time of 0:29 for left, right 0:49. Looking like it's going to be Brian Schubert right lane in the 97 dragster, going 8:55 with an 8 at 152 miles per hour. Fiat, left lane, 37 Bantam, right lane. Got a Bakersfield and a Porterville, California. Bushlight right lane is Adam Westbrook. Thefolk.com left lane is Gabe Wood. Close reaction time, off by 0:02 in the right lane. 0.10 reaction time, looking good. That's Adam Westbrook, 8:54 with a 1 at 153 miles per hour. this is looking like it is the last pair for qualifier 2 of NE2. In the right lane is Kevin Crandall with a reaction time of 0.25. Patty Fettinger in the left lane of 0.55. That's going to go to Kevin Crandall in the right lane, going 8.55 with a 7 at 144 miles per hour. Looks like we have a couple more NE2 singles. Right lane, Ted New. Redlit 001 out of Shafter, California in the 23 Ford. Gonna run at 8.62 at 156 miles per hour. Randy Ferguson in the right lane. Later reaction time 3.65, running an 8.73 with a 2 at 150 miles per hour. Steve Glutort, NE2, qualifier 2 run. Single run, right lane. Alrighty, that was officially our last NE2, qualifier 2 of the class. Running a 9.35 with an 8, that's Steve Glutort. We're officially entering into our boy gas class. Boy gas class. ladies and gentlemen. Right lane, Megan Anita Gorman out of Bakersfield, California. We have another Bakersfield gentleman, Tim Gorman, in the left lane. We have a 55 Chevy and a 67 Camaro. And they're off. The 67 Camaro, Megan Anita Gorman, has the reaction time of 0:27. It will go to right lane. 8:62 with a 2 at 156 miles per hour. That's Megan Anita Gorman. This pass went to Al White there in the right lane with a reaction time of 0:28, running an 8.62 with a 2 at 158 miles per hour. Don Momai here in the left lane, David Mallory in the right lane. Similar here with the reaction times with this pair. Qualifying 2 run, Don Momai there in the left lane is going to run an 8:57.2. 8:57 with a 2, I apologize, at 157 miles per hour. This pass went to left lane, Roger Stallmaker running at 8:58 with a 7. contact in the left lane. Neil Westbrook in the right lane. Right lane goes to Neil Westbrook, running an 860 with a 1 at 161 miles per hour. Attention in the pits! Attention in the pits! We are calling for cleanup. Again, we are calling for cleanup. This is 1 or no runs. 1 or no runs. This run went to right lane. Chris O'Donnell running a 9 flat with a 7, 144 miles per hour. All right, this is our last car down the track for qualifier 2 of Boy Gas. This is our single right lane run before we advance on to Apple Gas. Randy Armstrong out of Paso Robles, California. The 57 Chevy takes off with a reaction time of 0.41. Gonna clock in out at 8:58 with a 4 at 156 miles per hour. Left lane, Scott Saltzman out of Clovis, California. Right lane, Chris Curtis out of Bakersfield, California. Staging here for our first pair of Apple Gas going down the lanes for our qualifier 2. Reaction time goes to right lane, Chris Curtis, 038. That is going to be the 70 Chevelle there for Chris Curtis, going 7:59 with a 7 at 181 miles per hour. Looks like this is going to be a single car down in the left lane. Tom Fowler out of Paso Robles, California, staging here in our left lane. Reaction time of 0:31 for his qualifier 2 run. Gonna come in with a 7:57 with a 1 at 181 miles per hour. Going on the track there to help Clint McKay get that car back to the front. Alrighty, we're sending another pair down for qualifier 2 and A-Gas. We're going to finish up A-Gas, go into the whole class of NE1 for the qualifier 2, and then we will be doing a cleanup. Then we will be doing the cleanup. Those of you in the pits who did not catch that call, cleanup will be after NE1. Also, just to remind everybody, our start time for tomorrow is at 8 a.m. We will be starting earlier than today. Tomorrow we will start at 8 a.m. Don't forget, tonight at 2 in the morning, clocks fall back. We do have a time change tonight, so don't forget about that. Change your clocks. Start time, 8 a.m. tomorrow. Left lane, Cale Mallory. Right lane, Jim Soydam. Attention in the pits, if you are going to need to participate in the cleanup run, we need you to the lanes. Cleanup run to the lanes. Eiley Stafford there in the left lane. Greg Den Hartog in the right lane. This is qualifier 2, NE1. We'll be starting cleanup here shortly. Eiley Stafford there in that left lane, reaction time of 1:47. Greg Den Hartog, right lane, 0:57. Greg Den Hartog, right lane, 770 with a 4 at 170 miles per hour. Trotsky running a 7:58 with an 8 at 182 miles per hour. Left lane, thevote.com. Sponsor left lane, Charlie C. from Fresno, California. Bush Light sponsor for our right lane, Tom Martis from Gardena, California. Similar reaction times and close 60 foots for this pair. Left lane, running a 7:63 with a 9 at 174 miles per hour. That is Charlie C. Staging here, left lane, Dave Easley from Ontario, California. Right lane, Ed Cook from Santa Paula, California. Going to right lane, Ed Cook, 7:56 flat, 177 miles per hour. a single car down the right lane to finish out qualifier 2 of our NE1. Single car down the right lane. Right lane. Reaction time of 2:36. Went 8:13 flat. Well, we have some time right now before we start our cleanup for juniors. I want to remind everybody that we start tomorrow at 8 a.m. Again, we start tomorrow at 8 a.m., so we are starting earlier than we did today. Also, do not forget to set your clocks back. The time change happens tonight. See you guys tomorrow at 8 a.m. Alrighty, it's looking like before we start our cleanup for juniors, we're going to send 2 individual singles down for licensing. After our 2 licensing, then we'll get into cleanup for juniors. Alrighty, another single going down. This one will be in the left lane. This is another licensing pass. Good reaction time for this licensing pass. Alrighty, here we go. Junior Group 1 cleanup. Left lane, Jordan Jones out of Monteros, California. Right lane here in our bush light. Right lane, Addison Howe from El Segundo, California. As our only pair for Junior Group 1, cleanup heads down the track. Unfortunately, both redlit, very close together. This is going to come out to right lane, Addison Howe. 1194 with a 3 at 59 miles per hour. No cleanup for Group 2. We're going to jump right into Juniors Group 3. Junior Group 3 is a single car down the right lane. This is Connor Albright out of Yucaipa, California. Unfortunate redlit for Connor Albright there in the right lane. Junior Group 3 cleanup. 784 with the 8 at 82 miles per hour. Ladies and gentlemen, after about 45 minutes after our cleanup run, we are going to be having, in the first set of grandstands, a celebration of life for Danny C. He was a fellow ANRA racer for the NE2 class. That will be a celebration of life about 45 minutes after our cleanup. Alrighty, Brody Freiling out of Bakersfield, California. Cleanup run. Ran a 14:32 flat. Alrighty, this is our last junior going down the track, and then we are going to move over to big car cleanup. Ladies and gentlemen, final call for cleanup. If you are not in the lanes, you are late. Final call for cleanup. Looks like we have one cleanup runner for Sportsman, Tom Featherstone from Atascadero, California. '67 Mustang's gonna go 13:37 with a 6 at 102 miles per hour. Going into a hot rod runner for cleanup, Joe Cardoza out of Springville, California. Caught it just in time, got a little close to the center there. Running a 1072 with a 2 at 123 miles per hour. Left lane here for Edward Gas is Ralph Coates. Lawrence Nisio, right lane. 73 Dart on the left for Ralph Coates. 68 Nova on the right. Left lane, Ralph Coates, 1184 with a 6, 113 miles per hour. Right lane, Kent Bear out of Paso Robles, California in the 67 Chevelle. Gonna clock in at 1069 with a 4 at 123 miles per hour. That was a single run. Right lane, Kent Bear. DGAS. Left lane, Wayne Carroll. Right lane, Cleet Norris. Left lane, Wayne Carroll in the 37 Chevy Coupe will be 944 with a 2 at 144 miles per hour. Single car down the track will be right lane, Clint McKay for Apple Gas. Running a 762 with a 3 at 178 miles per hour. We have a licensing pass here in the right lane, and then there will be a single car down the track in the left lane for open wheel. Just to let everybody know who would like to attend the Celebration of Life for Danny C's, the Celebration of Life is going to happen promptly at 5 p.m. I know we said a couple minutes after the cleanup, but Danny C's Celebration of Life will take place at the first set of grandstands over here at 5 p.m. Don't forget about that raffle for the 65-inch TV. Go see the ladies over at the ANRA booth if you're interested in entering. That will be announced tomorrow. Alrighty. For the last bit of the night here, we're going to have 2 junior license passes. Just to remind everyone, tomorrow start time is at 8 a.m. We are starting earlier than how we started this morning. Tomorrow start time, see you all at 8 a.m. Don't forget to set your clocks back. Last one down the track tonight. Alrighty. I hope everyone has a safe night. We will see you guys tomorrow at 8 a.m. Our start time, 8 a.m. Set those clocks back so no one's missing out on that time. There will also be in the grove behind the grandstands a 7 a.m. chapel service for anyone who would like to attend. And don't forget, at 5 p.m. tonight, there will be a celebration of life for Danny C's in the first set of grandstands, 5 p.m. Good night, Famoso Drag Strip.